Hello there, my sleepy citizens. Tonight, we journey into the shadowed streets of Gotham City, where mysteries lurk and the Dark Knight stands vigilant against the forces of chaos. We bring you tales of Batman, uncovering different sides of the man behind the mask. And as our journey through these stories winds down, a calm ambience of Gotham's streets will carry you throughout the night, bringing you to restful sleep without interruptions from any ads. If you enjoy these tales, please be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and let me know in the comments what story you'd like to hear next. But for now, let's get cozy and step into the world of Gotham. The night fell over Gotham like a velvet curtain, bringing with it the familiar symphony of a city that never truly sleeps. From his vantage point atop the Wayne Enterprises building, Batman watched as the last traces of sunset bled from the western sky, leaving only the artificial glow of streetlights and neon to illuminate the urban landscape below. The air carried the scent of approaching autumn, crisp and clean after an afternoon rain that had washed the streets and left puddles reflecting the city lights like scattered mirrors. In this liminal hour between day and night, when honest citizens retreated to their homes and other elements emerged from the shadows, Batman began his nightly vigil. The police scanner in his cowl whispered its usual litany of minor crimes and traffic incidents, nothing requiring his immediate attention. It was one of those rare quiet nights in Gotham when the city seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something to disturb its uneasy peace. The clock tower near Robinson Park chimed 3 times, its electronic tones a pale imitation of the bronze bells that had once marked time for Gotham's citizens. Batman adjusted his position slightly, cape settling around him like living shadow as he surveyed his city. Below, the late-night traffic moved in predictable patterns, red and white lights creating rivers of illumination through the urban canyons. Then, at precisely 3:17 a.m., he heard them. The bells, deep, resonant tones that rolled across the city like waves, their bronze voices carrying a weight and authority that seemed to come from another age. Batman froze, his cape settling around him as he turned toward the source of the sound. The Cathedral of St. Dumas stood in Gotham's old ecclesiastical district, its Gothic spires piercing the night sky like accusing fingers. The bell tower, visible even from this distance, had been sealed since a devastating fire 40 years ago. No bells should ring from those heights. Yet ring they did. 3 long peals, followed by a complex pattern of shorter rings. The sound carried across the sleeping city with impossible clarity, as if the very air had been tuned to carry their message. Then silence fell again, but it was a different quality of silence than before. Expectant, watchful, waiting. Batman was already moving, launching himself from the building's edge and gliding through the cool night air toward the cathedral district. As he traveled, his cowl's enhanced audio sensors picked up subtle changes in the city's nocturnal soundtrack. Doors opening where they shouldn't, footsteps moving with unusual purpose, the startup sequences of vehicles that had been parked for hours. As he passed over Crime Alley, he noticed something peculiar happening in the streets below. The homeless population, usually scattered throughout the city's forgotten corners, was in motion. Not panicked flight, but organized movement. Groups emerged from beneath bridges and abandoned buildings, moving with purpose away from certain areas, their belongings hastily gathered. Some pushed shopping carts laden with their worldly possessions, while others carried weathered backpacks and bundles. All moved with the same deliberate urgency. as if responding to a call only they could hear. He altered his trajectory, landing silently in an alley where a group of people huddled around a makeshift fire in a metal drum. They looked up at his arrival, fear quickly replaced by recognition and a grudging respect. The firelight cast dancing shadows on worn faces, each lined with stories of survival in Gotham's unforgiving streets. "The bells," an elderly woman said before Batman could speak. Her weathered face bore the lines of someone who had survived many winters on Gotham's streets. She clutched a shopping bag filled with carefully folded blankets, her knuckles white with the grip of someone who had learned to hold tight to what little they had. "We know to listen when they ring." "How long has this been happening?" Batman asked, his voice low but carrying clearly in the quiet alley. He noticed how the group had positioned themselves, backs to the wall, multiple exit routes available, the practiced formation of people who had learned that safety was always temporary. "Months now, maybe longer," she replied, pulling a tattered blanket tighter around her shoulders. "Always at night, always the same time, and always something bad follows if you don't heed the warning. The bells don't lie." Another member of the group, a younger man with the hardened look of someone who'd learned to survive through vigilance, added, "Last week, the bells rang just before that drug bust on Merchant Street. Pattern was different. 2 long, 3 short, then repeating. We knew to avoid the whole district. Week before, they warned us about the gang fight near the old brewery. That was 3 short, pause, 3 short again." "You've decoded the patterns," Batman observed, filing away this information. The elderly woman smiled, a gap-toothed expression that held more wisdom than many would credit. When you've got nothing but time, and your life depends on paying attention, you learn things. Whoever's ringing them bells, they're looking out for folks like us. That's more than most do. Batman provided the group with directions to a nearby shelter that would have space for them, along with a card for a Wayne Foundation program that could offer more permanent assistance. As they gathered their belongings to move on, the younger man paused. "There's something else," he said quietly. "Sometimes, on real quiet nights, you can hear them bells singing even when they ain't ringing. Like the sound gets stuck in the stone somehow. Old-timers say the cathedral remembers every bell that ever rang there." Batman filed this observation away as he resumed his journey toward the cathedral. The homeless community's response suggested an established system, someone using the bells as a sophisticated warning network. But the technical challenge of ringing sealed bells from a damaged tower raised numerous questions. Who had the knowledge and access? How were they monitoring the city for threats? And why choose this particular method of warning? The ecclesiastical district occupied one of Gotham's oldest neighborhoods, where narrow cobblestone streets wound between buildings that predated the city's industrial boom. Gothic architecture dominated here, all flying buttresses and pointed arches, creating a landscape of shadows within shadows. Street lamps were few and far between, their yellow glow swallowed by the looming structures that seemed to lean inward, as if sharing ancient secrets. The Cathedral of St. Dumas stood at the district's heart, its massive structure a testament to an age when faith could move stones as easily as mountains. The building rose from the surrounding structures like a mountain from foothills, its twin spires reaching toward heaven with an ambition that modern architecture rarely attempted. Gargoyles perched on every corner and ledge, their grotesque faces worn smooth by decades of rain and wind, yet still maintaining their vigilant watch over the streets below. Batman perched on a gargoyle adorning the cathedral's north face, studying the sealed bell tower. His cowl's night vision revealed details invisible to the naked eye. the pattern of soot stains that still marked where flames had licked the stones 4 decades ago, the newer mortar where repairs had been attempted, the heavy wooden beams that had been used to seal the tower's entrance. The fire that had claimed the upper levels had been thoroughly investigated at the time. The bell ringer, an elderly man named Thomas Webb, had died trying to save the ancient bells. The tower had been deemed structurally unsound and sealed, the bells supposedly damaged beyond repair, their bronze voices silenced forever. The new castle lost more than any comet was ever to find. Yet now, as Batman examined the tower through his cowl's enhanced vision, he could detect no signs of forced entry. The boards and masonry sealing the tower entrance remained intact, weathered by decades but unbreached. His thermal imaging showed no heat signatures in the tower itself. Whatever was causing the bells to ring, it wasn't coming from the obvious source. He activated his cowl's acoustic analysis mode, and immediately the display lit up with unexpected data. The entire cathedral was resonating with subtle vibrations, patterns of sound that seemed to flow through the stone itself like blood through veins. The building wasn't just conducting sound, it was generating it, amplifying it, shaping it in ways that defied conventional acoustic theory. Batman circled the cathedral, his movements silent as shadow, noting architectural details that most would overlook. The building was a masterwork of acoustic design, its Gothic arches and vaulted ceilings created to amplify and direct sound. But there was something more here, something in the way the stones were laid, the angles of the walls, the positioning of decorative elements. Flying buttresses weren't merely structural, they were positioned at intervals that suggested harmonic relationships. The decorative stonework contained recurring mathematical patterns that resembled acoustic waveforms. It was as if the entire structure had been designed not just to project sound outward, but to channel it in specific ways, to create acoustic pathways that could carry vibrations throughout the building and beyond. The architects hadn't simply built a cathedral, they had constructed a massive stone instrument, waiting centuries for someone to discover how to play it. His cowl's sensors detected subtle vibrations in the stonework itself, resonances that shouldn't exist in a building where no bells were ringing. The frequencies were complex, layered, creating interference patterns that seemed to form words just below the threshold of human hearing. Following these tremors like a bloodhound following a scent, Batman made his way to a section of the cathedral's exterior where ivy had claimed the walls. The vegetation here was old, thick and undisturbed, or so it appeared, but Batman's trained eye caught subtle signs of disturbance. Some vines had been carefully trained to grow in specific patterns, creating handholds invisible unless you knew where to look. Others had been trimmed back from certain stones, leaving clear a narrow path up the wall. Behind the vegetation, almost invisible, he found what he was looking for: a narrow window, its stained glass long since broken, the opening just wide enough for a person to squeeze through. The metal frame showed signs of regular use, small scratches where something had rubbed against it repeatedly, a slight polish on surfaces that should have been uniformly corroded. This was a route someone used often, someone who knew the cathedral's secrets. The interior passage beyond the window was narrow and dark, designed for maintenance rather than regular travel. Dust motes danced in the thin beam of moonlight that followed Batman inside, but the floor showed a clear path where feet had passed recently and repeatedly. The walls here were plain stone, lacking the ornate decoration of the cathedral's public spaces. But Batman noticed something interesting: small marks carved into the stones at regular intervals, a private navigation system for someone who traveled these passages in darkness. The basement passages of the Cathedral of San Dumas told a story of centuries of modification and adaptation. What had begun as simple storage areas and crypts had evolved into a labyrinthine network of chambers and corridors. Each generation had added their own touches, a wall here, a passage there, creating a three-dimensional maze beneath the holy ground above. Batman moved through these spaces with practiced silence, his cowl's night vision painting the world in shades of green. The air here was different from the musty atmosphere one might expect in ancient basements. It carried a subtle vibration, almost below the threshold of human perception, as if the very stones were humming with barely contained energy. The temperature was surprisingly stable, and Batman detected air currents that suggested a sophisticated ventilation system, far more advanced than the cathedral's age would suggest. His path led him deeper, following maintenance corridors that showed signs of recent use despite their apparent abandonment, tool marks on walls where modern equipment had been installed then carefully concealed, electrical cables running along corners, painted to match the stone. Someone had been modernizing these passages while maintaining their ancient appearance. The sound grew stronger as he descended, not louder but more complex. What had begun as simple vibrations resolved into mechanical rhythms, the click of gears meshing, the whisper of air through precisely calibrated tubes, the subtle groaning of tensioned cables. It was the sound of a great machine at work, but a machine designed to operate in near silence. Then he heard it, the rhythmic clicking of mechanical systems, the whisper of well-oiled gears, the subtle rush of air through precisely calibrated tubes. But underneath these modern sounds was something older, the deep, almost geological groan of stone under pressure, the whisper of ancient mortar flexing, the building itself participating in whatever process was occurring in its depths. Batman paused at an intersection of passages, consulting his mental map of the cathedral's architecture. He was now well below the official basement level, in spaces that didn't appear on any modern blueprint. The passages here were older, their construction predating the cathedral above. The stones were larger, fitted together without mortar, in the style of truly ancient construction. Whatever secrets the cathedral held, they were built on foundations that went back further than official records suggested. Following the mechanical sounds, he descended a spiral staircase that seemed to predate the cathedral above, its stones worn smooth by centuries of use. The staircase was a work of art in itself, each step precisely calculated to create a specific acoustic effect. As Batman descended, his footfalls created a descending scale, each step a different note in a stone symphony. Someone had designed this staircase to announce visitors, to create music from simple movement. The chamber he entered defied expectation. What should have been a forgotten cellar had been transformed into something that belonged in a Victorian inventor's fever dream, crossed with a medieval alchemist's laboratory. Mechanical devices of brass and steel occupied every available surface, their purposes not immediately apparent but their craftsmanship undeniable. Acoustic horns of varying sizes protruded from the walls, connected by a spider's web of tubes and wires. Charts covered in mathematical equations and waveform diagrams papered the walls between the machinery. But it wasn't just the modern additions that caught Batman's attention. The chamber itself was extraordinary. The ceiling curved in a perfect acoustic dome, covered in carved panels that Batman recognized as Helmholtz resonators, architectural features designed to enhance specific frequencies. The walls contained niches and alcoves, positioned to create standing waves. The floor was inlaid with patterns that weren't merely decorative. They were acoustic diffusers, designed to scatter sound in precise ways. And at the center of it all, adjusting a series of levers with the focused intensity of a concert pianist, stood a figure in worn clothing, his grey hair wild but his movements precise. He worked at a console that was itself a work of art, brass and wood and steel combined into a control system that seemed part pipe organ, part scientific instrument, part mystical apparatus. The man must have sensed Batman's presence, for he froze mid-gestment, his shoulders tensing. The sudden stillness caused a subtle change in the chamber's acoustic properties, as if the room itself was holding its breath. Slowly he turned, and Batman saw a face marked by years of solitary dedication, eyes that held both brilliance and a touch of madness that came from decades of isolation, with only machines and echoes for company. The resemblance to Thomas Webb, the bell ringer who had died in the fire, was unmistakable. "I wondered when someone would finally come," the man said, his voice carrying a mixture of relief and apprehension. It was a voice unused to conversation, rusty with disuse but still holding an undertone of cultured education. "I suppose it had to be you. The bells told me someone was investigating. They've been singing about you all night." "Marcus Webb," Batman said, the name coming from his mental files on the cathedral's history. "Thomas Webb's son. You were supposed to have left Gotham after your father's death." Marcus laughed, a sound like bronze bells chiming. "Leave? How could I leave? The bells were calling me home every night. Father's voice in the bronze, teaching me, guiding me." He gestured to the mechanical marvels surrounding them. "It took me years to understand what he was trying to tell me, to decode the messages he left in the stones themselves. The tower is sealed," Batman observed. "The bells were supposedly destroyed." "The physical bells, yes," Marcus confirmed, moving to one of his devices with the careful reverence of someone handling sacred objects. His fingers traced patterns on brass controls worn smooth by years of use. "But my father understood something most people don't. Sound isn't just about the source. It's about resonance, about how vibrations move through space and material. The cathedral itself is the bell now." He demonstrated, pulling a lever that sent a pulse through the mechanical system. The effect was immediate and extraordinary. The entire chamber began to resonate, different frequencies emerging from different stones. The carved panels in the ceiling sang distinct notes. The floor patterns created rhythmic pulses, and from somewhere far above, carried through stone and space by principles that bordered on the miraculous, came the unmistakable sound of bells ringing. "Acoustic resonance," Batman said, understanding dawning. "You're using the cathedral's architecture as a resonating chamber, but the complexity required, the precise calculations. 40 years of work," Marcus said simply. 40 years of listening, measuring, calibrating. My father left notes, you see, not just about bell ringing, but about the cathedral itself. He knew its secrets." He moved to a wall covered in yellowed papers, some clearly original, others his own additions. The Gothic architects weren't just building for visual beauty, they were creating instruments. This entire building is a harmonic amplifier designed to take small vibrations and transform them into something greater. Batman moved closer to examine the machinery. The technology was a fascinating blend of Victorian acoustic science and more modern innovations. Mechanical calculators that seemed to process vibration patterns, tubes that directed sound waves with surgical precision, frequency generators that could produce vibrations below human hearing, and at the center, a console covered in levers and dials, each labeled with locations throughout Gotham. "But it's not just about making the bells ring," Marcus continued. his excitement growing as he found someone who could understand his work. It's about listening. The cathedral doesn't just speak, it hears. Every vibration in the city creates waves that eventually reach these stones, and with the right equipment, the right knowledge, you can decode those vibrations. The warning system, Batman said. You're monitoring the city through acoustic signatures. Marcus nodded, his expression growing serious. My father believed the bells had a duty beyond calling people to prayer. They were meant to protect, to warn, to serve as the city's conscience. After the fire, after I lost him, I couldn't abandon that duty. His voice dropped to a whisper. He died trying to save the bells. The least I could do was save their purpose. He moved to a wall covered in charts and diagrams, pointing to various waveform patterns. Each chart was meticulously labeled with dates, times, and locations. Years of observations condensed into visual data. Every activity creates its own acoustic signature. Large groups moving through the streets create specific vibration patterns. Vehicle engines have distinct frequencies. Even the preparation for violence, the loading of weapons, the gathering of hostile crowds, creates recognizable acoustic patterns. Batman studied the charts with growing respect. The level of detail was extraordinary. Marcus had essentially created an acoustic map of Gotham, showing how sound moved through the city's architecture, how vibrations traveled along sewer lines and subway tunnels, how the urban landscape itself could be used as a vast sensing network. Show me how it works, Batman said. Marcus's eyes lit up like a child asked to demonstrate a favorite toy. He moved to the central console, his hands dancing over the controls with practiced ease. First, you have to understand that we're not listening to sounds directly. We're feeling vibrations through the cathedral's foundation. The building sits on bedrock that connects to most of Gotham's old city. Vibrations travel through stone faster than air. He adjusted several dials, and suddenly the chamber filled with a low thrumming. This is the city's baseline. Traffic, machinery, the subway system, all creating a constant background vibration. It's like the city's heartbeat. He made another adjustment, and certain frequencies became more prominent. Now, I'm filtering for specific patterns. Human footsteps create a distinct rhythm. Groups moving together create interference patterns. And when those patterns appear in certain areas at certain times, a new vibration entered the mix, sharp and rhythmic. Marcus's expression grew concerned. That's new. Multiple vehicles, heavy ones converging on. He consulted his charts. The warehouse district. The pattern suggests commercial trucks, but the timing is wrong for normal deliveries. And you can pinpoint the location from vibrations alone, Batman asked. Not just location, Marcus said, fine-tuning his controls. Speed, direction, even approximate weight. You see, different streets conduct vibrations differently. Older cobblestones sing different songs than modern asphalt, and when you've been listening as long as I have, you learn to read the city like sheet music. Batman watched as Marcus worked, noting the man's total focus, the way his entire being seemed attuned to the vibrations flowing through the cathedral. This wasn't just scientific observation, it was a form of communion, a deep connection to the city's rhythm that bordered on the spiritual. But the bells, Batman said. How do you make them ring when there are no physical bells? Marcus smiled, moving to another section of his apparatus. That took me 15 years to perfect. You see, the bell tower isn't empty. The mounting points for the original bells are still there, along with the structural supports. When I send specific frequencies through the building's foundation, those mounting points vibrate. They become tuning forks, each resonating at the frequency of the bell that once hung there. He pulled a series of levers in sequence, and again the phantom bells rang out above them. The tower itself becomes a resonating chamber, amplifying those frequencies. The sound isn't identical to real bells. Any expert would know the difference, but for warnings, for communication, it serves. And the homeless community has learned your code, Batman observed. These are my first teachers, Marcus admitted. When I began this work, I didn't know who needed warnings most, but I watched, I listened, and I learned. The forgotten people of Gotham, they move through the city like ghosts. They see things others miss, and they are usually the first victims when violence erupts. He showed Batman a notebook filled with carefully documented patterns. 2 long, 3 short, violence imminent in the eastern sectors. 3 short, pause, 3 short, danger in the warehouse district. The patterns are based on old telegraph codes, but adapted for bells. Simple enough to remember, complex enough to convey specific information. You've been doing this alone for 40 years, Batman asked, noting the wear on the equipment, the repairs made with salvaged parts, the evidence of a lifetime's dedication maintained on what must be a shoestring budget. Not entirely alone, a new voice said from the chamber entrance. Batman turned to see an elderly nun entering, carrying a tray with a steaming pot and simple meals. She moved through the mechanical workshop with the ease of long familiarity, carefully navigating around delicate equipment. Sister Catherine, Batman recognized from his files on the cathedral staff. Sister Catherine brings me food, Marcus explained, accepting a bowl of soup gratefully. Makes sure I remember to eat, to sleep occasionally. She's known about my work for 20 years now. 23 years, Sister Catherine corrected gently. Ever since I found you collapsed from exhaustion down here. The Lord works in mysterious ways, and sometimes those ways involve Victorian acoustic machinery and a very dedicated man. She turned to Batman, unperturbed by his presence. I assume you're here to help, not hinder. I'm here to understand, Batman replied. Sister Catherine nodded approvingly. Good. Understanding is the first step toward wisdom. Marcus has protected this city's most vulnerable for decades, asking nothing in return. That's a form of ministry as valid as any sermon. As if to underscore her words, a new series of vibrations entered the chamber. Marcus quickly returned to his console, interpreting the patterns. His face grew grave. The trucks in the warehouse district, their positioning around the homeless camps near the old Sionis warehouses. The pattern is consistent with an organized sweep. Without hesitation, he activated the bell sequence for that district. Above them, the phantom bells rang out their warning, their bronze voices carrying across the sleeping city. 3 short peals, a pause, then 3 more. How long before the warning reaches them? Batman asked. The sound will arrive in under a minute, Marcus replied. The community response usually takes 3 to 5 minutes. They've learned to trust the bells absolutely. Batman was already moving toward the exit. I'll ensure they have enough time. Wait, Marcus called out. He moved to an old cabinet and withdrew a leather-bound journal. My father's notes. Everything he discovered about the cathedral's acoustic properties, about how sound moves through Gotham. I've added my own observations over the years. If something happens to me, someone should know how to continue the work. Batman accepted the journal, understanding the trust being extended. Your work won't be forgotten. As he left to intercept the threat in the warehouse district, Batman heard Sister Catherine's voice behind him. "Be careful out there. The city's songs aren't always pleasant ones." The warehouse district situation resolved quickly once Batman arrived. The trucks were indeed part of an organized operation, illegal clearing of homeless camps by private security hired by property developers. Batman's intervention, combined with strategic calls to Gordon and the press, ended the operation before it could begin. The homeless residents, already evacuated thanks to the bell's warning, were able to return safely. But the night's work had revealed something larger. Marcus Webb's acoustic monitoring system wasn't just remarkable, it was essential. For 40 years, he had been Gotham's hidden guardian, protecting those the city too often forgot. His dedication, maintained through isolation and hardship, represented the best of what Gotham could be. Over the following weeks, Batman worked with Marcus to modernize and expand the acoustic warning system. The process was delicate. Too much technology might destroy the subtle acoustic properties that made the system work. But careful integration of modern sensors with Marcus's mechanical systems created redundancies that would ensure the bell's voice wouldn't fall silent. The cathedral's acoustic properties proved even more remarkable than initially understood. The Gothic architects had indeed built protection into the stones. Acoustic channels ran through the walls like a circulatory system. Resonating chambers were hidden throughout the structure. The entire building was designed to listen and speak, to be Gotham's voice in times of need. "Demons knew," Marcus explained during one of their late-night work sessions. "The original builders understood that a city needed more than walls for protection. They created a system that would outlast any government, any institution. As long as the stone stood, the city would have a voice." Batman studied the architectural plans they had uncovered in the cathedral's archives. The mathematical precision was stunning. Every arch, every column, every decorative element served an acoustic purpose. The builders had encoded protection into the very geometry of the structure. This knowledge was nearly lost, Batman observed. "My father saved it," Marcus said proudly. "He spent his entire life studying the cathedral, learning its languages. He understood that the bells were just the most obvious part of a much larger system. When the fire came, he didn't just try to save bronze bells. He tried to save the city's voice itself." Sister Catherine, who had joined them for this session, added softly, "Thomas Webb died as he lived, in service to others. His son has honored that sacrifice every day for 40 years. As the work progressed, others were brought into the secret, carefully selected members of Sister Catherine's order, chosen for their discretion and dedication. Young acquisitions and engineers, recruited through Wayne Foundation programs, who could learn the old ways while contributing new knowledge. A network began to form, ensuring that the bell's voice would continue long after Marcus could no longer maintain his vigil. The homeless community, for their part, guarded the secret fiercely. To them, Marcus was almost mythical, the bellkeeper, the voice in the stones, the one who watched over them when no one else would. They created their own networks to support his work, reporting unusual activities, maintaining the external portions of the cathedral that hid his entrances and exits. One night, as Batman and Marcus worked on integrating a new harmonic analysis system, the old man paused in his labors. "You know what the strangest part is?" he said quietly. "Sometimes I swear I can hear my father in the bells. Not just his teachings, but his actual voice, as if he became part of the cathedral itself." Batman had no scientific explanation for that, but he had learned that Gotham held mysteries that science couldn't always explain. The city had its own magic, its own ways of preserving what mattered. Perhaps Thomas Webb's dedication had indeed become part of the stones, another layer of protection in a building designed to shelter and guard. "Your father would be proud," Batman said simply. Marcus smiled, tears glinting in his eyes. "I hope so. I've tried to be worthy of his trust. Every life saved, every warning heeded, it's all for him, to prove that his sacrifice meant something." As their work neared completion, the acoustic monitoring system had evolved into something remarkable. Traditional mechanical systems worked alongside modern sensors. The cathedral's natural properties were enhanced, but not replaced. The bell code had been documented and taught to expanding circles of protectors. What had been one man's solitary vigil was becoming a community effort. On the night they completed the final integration, Batman stood with Marcus in the bell chamber, listening to the city's vibrations flowing through the ancient stones. The patterns were clearer now, easier to interpret with the new systems in place, but the soul of it remained Marcus's. The human interpretation, the compassionate response, the dedication to protecting those who had no other protectors. "Will you continue?" Batman asked. Marcus nodded without hesitation. "Until I can't anymore, and then others will take up the work. The bells must ring. The city must have its voice. That's what my father taught me, what 40 years of listening has confirmed. Protection isn't just about fighting crime, it's about warning the vulnerable, about creating systems that work even when no one's watching." "Especially when no one's watching," Batman agreed. As if in response to their words, new vibrations entered the chamber. Marcus moved to his console, interpreting the patterns with practiced ease. Unusual activity near the Dixon docks. Pattern suggests a gathering, possibly hostile intent. He looked to Batman. "Shall we sound the warning?" "Sounded," Batman confirmed. Marcus pulled his levers in the practiced sequence, and once again the phantom bells rang out across Gotham. Their bronze voices carried warnings to those who knew how to listen, protection to those who needed it most. The cathedral sang its ancient song of guardianship, stones and bronze and human dedication combining to create something greater than the sum of its parts. As Batman prepared to investigate the situation at the docks, Marcus called out one last time. "Thank you," he said simply, "for understanding, for helping, for ensuring this doesn't die with me." "Thank you," Batman replied, "for showing me that protection takes many forms. Your father's legacy lives on, stronger than ever." He left the cathedral through the hidden passages Marcus had shown him, emerging into a Gotham night that seemed different now that he understood the songs hidden in its stones. The city had always been alive to him, but now he could hear its voice more clearly. The vibrations that told stories, the resonances that carried warnings, the acoustic signatures of a metropolis that never slept. The bell tower stood silent against the night sky, its sealed chambers hiding their absence of bronze. But Batman knew the truth now. The bells had never truly been silenced. They had simply found a new way to ring, their voices carried by stone and dedication rather than metal and motion. In Marcus Webb, they had found a worthy keeper, someone who understood that true protection often came not from confrontation but from warning, not from violence but from vigilance. As he made his way toward the docks, Batman reflected on the nature of legacy and dedication. Thomas Webb had died trying to save physical bells, but his son had saved something more important, their purpose. For 40 years, Marcus had maintained a vigil that asked for no recognition, no reward beyond the knowledge that lives were saved. The Cathedral of St. Dumas stood eternal in Gotham's skyline, its Gothic spires reaching toward stars, obscured by light pollution. But within its stones, an ancient system continued its work. Acoustic channels carried the city's secrets, resonating chambers amplified its warnings, and in a chamber far below, an old man sat at his console, listening to the city's heartbeat, ready to ring the bells whenever danger threatened those who had no other protection. The night was deep but not silent. For those who knew how to listen, Gotham sang a constant song of danger and safety, of threat and protection, of communities that looked out for each other in ways both seen and unseen. The bells were part of that song now, their bronze voices preserved through human ingenuity and dedication. And as Batman disappeared into the darkness to handle the threat at the docks, the bells fell silent again. But their silence was watchful, ready. Marcus Webb remained at his post, Sister Catherine nearby with her endless supply of soup and gentle faith. The mechanical systems hummed their quiet songs. The stones remembered their acoustic lesson, and somewhere in the vibrations that moved through the cathedral's ancient bones, the voice of Thomas Webb lived on, teaching his son, protecting his city, ensuring that the bells would never truly fall silent. The watch continued, the bells endured, and in their bronze voices, carried by stone and flesh and faith, Gotham found another layer of protection. Not the dramatic intervention of costumed heroes, but the quiet dedication of ordinary people who chose to serve. In the end, both forms of protection were necessary, both were valued, and both would continue as long as Gotham needed guardians in the night. The Cathedral of St. Dumas had been built to reach toward heaven, but its true ministry, Marcus Webb had proven, was here on Earth, in the warning of danger, the protection of the vulnerable, and the preservation of hope in a city that too often seemed hopeless. The bells would ring again when needed, they always did, and in their ringing, Gotham would hear the voice of all those who refused to let darkness win. Dawn would come eventually, as it always did, but for now, the night held sway, and in that darkness, the bells stood ready. Their voice preserved, their purpose maintained, their legacy secured. The acoustic heart of Gotham beat on, steady and strong, a reminder that even in the darkest city, light could find a way to shine through. And while the bells of Saint Dumas settled into their watchful silence, elsewhere in Gotham another kind of message was beginning to transmit. For in this city of endless frequencies, where the past echoes through more than just stone and bronze, some voices refuse to fade completely. They linger in the static between stations, waiting for someone who knows how to tune in to their particular wavelength. Our next tale follows those phantom frequencies into the electromagnetic heart of the city, where a young soul with a gift for seeing what others cannot begins to decode the whispers hiding in plain sound. Join for Radio Ghost Whispers. The midnight hour descended upon Gotham with a peculiar quality of silence, the kind that only came when the city's endless noise seemed to pause for breath. In apartments scattered throughout the old radio district, vintage equipment hummed with electricity and purpose, their vacuum tubes glowing like captive fireflies in the darkness. These were the dedicated few who still believed in the magic of amplitude modulation, who spent their nights turning dials and adjusting antennas, searching for signals in the static between stations. Batman stood atop the Gotham Broadcasting Building, its Art Deco architecture a monument to the golden age of radio. The structure's steel framework created a forest of antennas and transmission equipment, some still functional, others merely ghosts of communication past. From this vantage point, he could see the entire electromagnetic landscape of the city spread before him, invisible to most, but revealed through his cowl's specialized sensors as a shimmering aurora of transmissions, each frequency a different color in the spectrum of human communication. The reports had been filtering in for weeks now, dismissed by most as the fantasies of hobbyists spending too many late nights alone with their radios. But Batman had learned to pay attention to patterns, especially when they emerged from Gotham's forgotten communities. The vintage radio enthusiasts were modern monks in their way, devoted to preserving technologies that the world had largely abandoned. When multiple operators began reporting the same phenomenon, it warranted investigation. A child's voice, they said, breaking through the static on AM frequencies between 2 and 4 AM. Always the same voice, always reciting what sounded like diary entries. The content was specific to Gotham, mentioning landmarks and street names, but describing a city that no longer existed, or at least not in its current form. References to the Monarch Theatre before its renovation, descriptions of the old Morrison Bridge with its distinctive green copper rails, details that only someone who had lived in 1960 S Gotham would know. Batman activated his cowl's communication system, tuning to the frequencies where the phenomenon had been reported. At first, there was only the familiar ocean of static, the white noise that filled the spaces between active broadcasts. But as he adjusted the filters, applying algorithms designed to detect patterns in chaos, something began to emerge. It started as a rhythm in the static, like a heartbeat made of electrons. Then, gradually, words began to form, faint, distant, as if traveling across impossible distances to reach the present moment. October 15th. Mama says the leaves in Robinson Park are the prettiest they've been in years, all gold and red, like the city's wearing its Sunday best. We walked there after school today, just her and me, and she showed me the tree where she and Papa carved their initials when they were young. The bark has grown around the letters, but you can still see them if you know where to look. The voice was young, perhaps 10 or 11 years old, with the distinctive Gotham accent of decades past, broader vowels, dropped consonants in ways that modern speech had smoothed away, but there was something else about it, a quality that made Batman's instincts sharpen. This wasn't a recording in any conventional sense. The audio quality was too unstable, fading in and out like a radio signal bouncing off the ionosphere. Yet, the emotional content remained crystal clear. Batman recorded the transmission, his equipment automatically analyzing the signal characteristics. The frequency kept shifting, sliding across the AM band like a ghost that couldn't quite find its home. Background noise suggested environmental factors, the hum of old electrical systems, the distant sound of traffic patterns that no longer existed, the echo of spaces that had been demolished and rebuilt multiple times since the 1960 S. As the transmission faded back into static, Batman was already in motion. The radio district would be his first stop, specifically the community of enthusiasts who had first reported the phenomenon. If anyone had additional information about these ghost signals, it would be them. The Marconi building stood like an elderly sentinel among Gotham's modern skyline, its brick facade bearing the patina of decades of city grime. Once the heart of Gotham's radio industry, it now housed a mixture of small businesses, artists' lofts, and, in its basement levels, the workshops and gathering spaces of the vintage radio community. Batman entered through a maintenance access on the roof, moving silently through ventilation systems that carried the scent of old electronics and soldering flux. The main workshop occupied what had once been a broadcast studio, its walls still bearing the distinctive acoustic paneling of its original purpose. Banks of vintage equipment lined the walls, everything from 1920s crystal sets to 1970s ham radio transceivers, all lovingly maintained by hands that understood the art of analog communication. At the center of it all, hunched over a particularly impressive array of equipment, sat a figure that immediately drew Batman's attention. The teenager couldn't have been more than 16, but their movements around the electronic equipment showed a confidence born of deep understanding. They wore thick glasses that reflected the glow of vacuum tubes, and their hands moved with the precise delicacy of someone accustomed to working with delicate vintage components. Most striking was the way they seemed to be conducting an orchestra of radios, adjusting multiple sets simultaneously, their head tilted as if listening to frequencies beyond normal human perception. "Northeast sectors picking up interference again," they murmured, not looking up from their work. "Something about the steel in the headquarters building is creating a standing wave at 1420 kilohertz. Need to compensate if we want to catch the midnight whisper." It took Batman a moment to realize the teenager was talking to him, despite never looking in his direction. "You knew I was here," Batman observed, stepping from the shadows. The teenager, Riley, according to the files Batman had reviewed, finally looked up, offering a smile that was equal parts nervous and excited. "The equipment told me. Every person creates their own electromagnetic signature. Yours is..." They paused, searching for words. "Like a controlled storm. Very distinctive." "Riley Chen," Batman said. "You've been tracking the ghost signals." Riley's expression brightened considerably. "You've heard them too? I knew someone else would eventually notice. The patterns are too consistent to be random, too complex to be simple interference. They're real voices, just not transmitted in any conventional way." "Show me what you've found," Batman said. Riley practically vibrated with enthusiasm as they led Batman to their main workstation. The setup was impressive. Multiple receivers tuned to different frequencies, all feeding into a central processing unit that appeared to be custom-built from various eras of technology. A modern computer screen displayed waveform analysis, while analog meters showed real-time signal strength. But most interesting was a large piece of paper on the wall, covered in what looked like abstract art, but which Batman recognized as a form of data visualization. "This is 6 months of tracking," Riley explained, gesturing to the paper. "Each color represents a different frequency where I've detected the anomalous signals. The shapes show signal strength and duration, and these connecting lines..." They traced paths between different colored areas, show frequency migration patterns. "The signals don't stay in one place. They drift, like they're searching for something." Batman studied the visualization, his analytical mind already identifying patterns. "They're not random. The migration follows specific paths through the spectrum." "Exactly." Riley's excitement was palpable. "At first, I thought it was atmospheric skip, signals bouncing off the ionosphere, but the patterns are too regular, too purposeful. It's more like..." They paused, struggling to articulate a concept that clearly challenged conventional understanding. "Like the signals are following paths that existed in the past," Batman finished. Riley's eyes widened behind their glasses. "Yes, how did you..." "Of course, you'd understand. The city's electromagnetic landscape has changed dramatically over the decades. New buildings, new transmission towers, different electrical patterns. But these signals, they follow routes that match the old topology. They're navigating a version of Gotham that doesn't exist anymore." "Tell me about acoustic fossils," Batman said, using the term from Riley's online posts. Riley's entire demeanor shifted to that of a professor, given their favorite topic. "It's my theory about how sound can be preserved in the electromagnetic spectrum. See, every sound wave creates tiny electromagnetic disturbances. Normally, these dissipate almost instantly, but under certain conditions, specific atmospheric pressure, particular material compositions, the right electromagnetic fields, these disturbances can become trapped. They moved to another section of their workspace where charts and diagrams covered every available surface. Gotham is unique. The concentration of steel in our architecture, the way buildings create canyon-like formations, the industrial-era electrical grid that's been layered over rather than replaced, it all creates conditions where electromagnetic echoes can persist. Not forever, but for decades under the right circumstances. And you believe the child's voice is one of these acoustic fossils?" Batman asked. "Not just believe, I can prove it." Riley pulled out a notebook filled with meticulous observations. The signal characteristics match theoretical models for long-term electromagnetic preservation. The frequency drift corresponds to changes in Gotham's electromagnetic environment over time. And most importantly, the content is historically accurate. Every landmark mentioned, every detail described. I've verified them all against historical records. Batman was impressed. The teenager's research was thorough, scientific, and showed a level of understanding that went beyond mere technical knowledge. "How long have you been able to perceive electromagnetic patterns this way?" Riley adjusted their glasses, a gesture Batman recognized as nervous habit. "Always, I guess. My parents thought something was wrong when I was little. I kept talking about the colors around electronic devices, the songs that power lines sang. They took me to specialists who diagnosed synesthesia, but it's more than that. I don't just see electromagnetic fields. I understand them. They make sense to me in a way that I can't fully explain. And this ability led you to the ghost signals." "Eventually, yeah. I started with normal radio when I was 10, trying to understand why I could see patterns in the static that others couldn't. Then I found the vintage radio community, people who understood that there was magic in the old technologies. They taught me about tubes and crystals, about how analog systems could sometimes capture things that digital never could. And then one night, I heard her. The child." Riley nodded. "October 1963, based on the diary entries. A girl, probably 10 or 11, she talks about her life in Gotham, about school and friends and family. But there's something urgent about recent entries, like she knows something bad is going to happen." Batman felt a chill that had nothing to do with the workshop's temperature. Missing children cases from the 1960s scrolled through his memory. "Have you identified her?" "I've been trying," Riley admitted, "but there's so much static, so much interference. I can only capture fragments. What I need is better equipment. Or," they glanced at Batman hopefully, "someone who understands these patterns as well as I do to help triangulate the source." "Show me your tracking methodology," Batman said. For the next hour, Riley walked Batman through their process. It was a fascinating blend of hard science and intuitive leaps, of vintage technology and cutting-edge analysis. They had modified old receivers to be more sensitive to electromagnetic anomalies. They had mapped Gotham's changing electromagnetic topology over decades. Most impressively, they had developed a way to visualize sound patterns that revealed hidden connections in the data. "The signals are strongest here." Riley pointed to a section of their map corresponding to the old Gotham district, specifically around the area where the Monarch Theatre used to be. "But they can be detected all over the city if you know how to listen." We need to go there, Batman decided. Tonight, while the signals are active. Riley's excitement was tempered by uncertainty. You mean out there? In the field? Your equipment is impressive, but you're limited by your fixed position. Mobile tracking could help us triangulate the source more precisely. I don't really go out much, Riley admitted. The electromagnetic noise of the city can be overwhelming. Here, I can control it, filter it. Out there, Batman understood. For someone with Riley's sensitivity, navigating Gotham's electromagnetic cacophony would be like asking someone with enhanced hearing to walk through a heavy metal concert. I can help with that, he said, producing a small device from his utility belt. Electromagnetic dampening field. It won't block your perception entirely, but it will reduce the intensity to manageable levels. Riley accepted the device with the reverence of someone handling a holy relic. This is Wayne Tech Experimental Division, isn't it? I've read papers about theoretical EM dampening, but to see it actually implemented. Will you come? Batman asked. Riley looked around their workshop, their sanctuary of controlled frequencies and understood patterns. Then they looked back at Batman, and something resolved in their expression. Yes. For her. For the girl in the static. She deserves to have her story heard. They quickly assembled a mobile tracking kit, a modified receiver that could fit in a backpack, portable antennas, and, most importantly, Riley's notebooks containing months of observations. As they prepared, Batman noticed how Riley's movements became more confident when focused on a task. This was someone who had found their purpose in the spaces between frequencies, in the whispers that others dismissed as interference. The old Gotham district at 2 a.m. was a study in urban archaeology. Modern buildings stood shoulder to shoulder with structures that had survived since the city's founding, creating an architectural timeline that told Gotham's story in brick and steel. The streets here were narrower than in newer parts of the city, following patterns established when horses were the primary transportation. It was a neighborhood caught between preservation and progress, where history lived in the shadows of gentrification. Batman and Riley moved through these streets like an unlikely pair of ghost hunters. Riley wore the EM dampening device clipped to their collar, occasionally adjusting its settings as they encountered particularly intense electromagnetic fields. They carried their modified receiver, its antenna extended, following signal patterns only they could perceive. It's stronger here, Riley said, their voice hushed with concentration. The old buildings, they're like tuning forks for electromagnetic resonance, especially the ones with original copper wiring and steel frameworks. They've been absorbing and re-radiating signals for decades. They paused outside what had once been the Monarch Theatre, now a mixed-use development that had preserved the Art Deco facade while gutting the interior. Riley slowly swept their antenna across the building's face, their expression intense with focus. Aya, they whispered. She's here. Can you hear her? Batman adjusted his cowl's audio settings, tuning to the frequency Riley indicated. At first, there was only static. Then, like a photograph developing in slow motion, words began to emerge from the white noise. October 20th. Papa's been working late again at the steel mill. Mama tries not to worry, but I can see it in how she checks the clock every few minutes after dinner. The city feels different lately, heavier, like before a storm. Even the pigeons seem nervous. The voice was clearer here, as if proximity to its origin had strengthened the signal. Batman could hear background sounds now, the distant clang of industry that had once defined this neighborhood. The clip-clop of horse-drawn delivery wagons that shared streets with early automobiles. The evening calls of mothers summoning children inside. "She's not just here," Riley said, their eyes wide behind their glasses. "She's everywhere around here. The whole neighborhood is saturated with her signal. It's like..." They paused, searching for the right analogy. "Like she became part of the electromagnetic ecosystem. Her voice imprinted on the very fabric of the space." Batman was already cross-referring the date and location with historical records. October 1963, the old Gotham district. A child diary entries growing increasingly anxious. The pieces were forming a pattern, but he needed more data. "Can you track the signal to a specific building?" he asked. Riley nodded, already moving. They walked slowly, antenna extended, following invisible paths through the electromagnetic landscape. Their route was circuitous, doubling back several times, but Batman recognized the methodology. They were triangulating, using the signal strength from multiple positions to narrow down the source. Finally, they stopped in front of a narrow townhouse, squeezed between two larger buildings. It was clearly old, its brick facade showing the particular weathering pattern of 1920 S construction. A realtor's sign indicated it was being prepared for renovation, but work hadn't begun yet. "Here," Riley said with certainty. "The signal is strongest here, not just her voice, but echoes, layers of electromagnetic memory, all concentrated in this structure." Batman examined the building, noting architectural details that matched the period. This would have been a working-class neighborhood in the 1960s. Families who came to Gotham for industrial jobs. "Should we go inside?" Riley asked, clearly torn between scientific curiosity and apprehension. Batman had already spotted the entrance, a service door whose lock had been broken by urban explorers or copper thieves. "Stay close. The building's been empty for years. Structural integrity might be compromised." The interior was a time capsule wrapped in dust and decay. Furniture remained in some rooms, covered in sheets that had long since grayed with age. Wallpaper peeled in artistic patterns, revealing layers of previous decorations like geological strata. The air was thick with the smell of old wood and forgotten memories. Riley moved through the space as if in a trance, their receiver held before them like a divining rod. "The signals are so strong here. It's like being inside the transmission instead of just receiving it. I can feel the layers of time, all the electromagnetic events that happened in this space." They climbed the narrow stairs to the second floor, Batman testing each step before allowing his full weight. The old wood groaned but held. At the top of the stairs, Riley stopped so suddenly that Batman nearly collided with them. "This room," Riley breathed, pointing to a door at the end of the hall. "Everything converges here." The door opened to reveal what had clearly been a child's bedroom, frozen in time. Faded wallpaper showed circus animals in endless parade. A small bed with a metal frame sat against one wall, and on a child-sized desk by the window, an old radio sat silent and dust-covered. Riley approached the radio with the careful movements of an archaeologist discovering a significant artifact. "This is it. This is the transmission point. But how?" They examined the device without touching it, reading its electromagnetic signature. "It's not plugged in, hasn't been for decades, but it's still radiating, still broadcasting on frequencies that shouldn't be possible." Batman scanned the room, taking in every detail. A diary lay open on the desk beside the radio, its pages yellowed but still readable. The last entry was dated October 23, 1963. In a child's careful cursive, it read, Papa didn't come home last night. Mama cried when she thought I was asleep. I'm scared. I wish someone could hear me. She was trying to call for help, Riley said softly, tears forming behind their glasses, through the radio, and somehow her call never stopped transmitting. Batman carefully photographed the diary pages, already connecting the dates to historical records he'd need to verify. But there was something else in the room, something his detective instincts recognized. Evidence of a life interrupted, a story cut short, a mystery that had been waiting 60 years for someone to listen. "We need to identify her," Batman said. "Find out what happened to her and her family." Riley nodded, still staring at the impossible radio. "The signals are getting stronger, like she knows we're here, knows we're finally listening. There's so much data embedded in the transmissions. With the right equipment, we might be able to reconstruct entire conversations, piece together the full story." They spent the next hour documenting everything in the room. Riley recorded electromagnetic readings that defied conventional physics. Batman collected physical evidence that might help identify the family. And all the while, the child's voice continued to whisper through the static, telling her story to anyone who knew how to listen. As they prepared to leave, Riley paused at the bedroom door. "We'll come back, won't we? We won't just leave her here in the static." "We'll come back," Batman assured them, "and we'll find out what happened. She's been waiting long enough for someone to hear her story." The journey back to Riley's workshop was quiet, both of them processing what they'd discovered. The ghost in the static was no longer just an anomaly to be studied. She was a child who had lived and feared and hoped, whose voice had found a way to persist long after she should have been forgotten. Back in the workshop, Riley immediately began analyzing the recordings they'd made. With proximity to the source, the signal quality was dramatically improved. Full sentences emerged from the static. Background conversations became audible. The electromagnetic fossil was revealing its secrets. "I can isolate individual days now," Riley explained, their fingers flying over custom-built controls. "Here, October 15th, the day she wrote about the park. The workshop filled with the sounds of 1963 Gotham." The child's voice was clearer now, and they could hear her mother in the background, humming a popular song from the era. Street sounds filtered through, cars with different engine notes than modern vehicles, the calls of street vendors who no longer existed, the industrial symphony of a city that ran on steel and sweat. And here, Riley continued, fast-forwarding through the electromagnetic timeline, October 22nd, the day before her last diary entry. The atmosphere in the recording had changed. The child's voice was strained, worried. Her mother could be heard on the phone, her voice tight with controlled panic. Words emerged from the conversation. "Accident at the mill, searching the river. Please call if you hear anything." Batman recognized the pattern. Industrial accident, worker missing, family left to wonder and worry. It was a story repeated too often in Gotham's history, especially in the era before proper safety regulations. But there was something else here, something in the mother's voice that suggested more than a simple accident. "Can you isolate the mother's phone conversation?" Batman asked. Riley's brow furrowed in concentration as they worked their technical magic. The child's voice faded to the background and the phone conversation became clearer. The mother was talking to someone at the steel mill, but the responses suggested evasion rather than information. "They're lying to her," Riley said quietly. "Whatever happened to the father, the company was covering it up." Batman was already accessing historical records through his Cal's connection to the Bat computer. Steel mill accidents in October 1963. missing workers, industrial cover-ups. The data streamed across his display, and one case stood out. The Gotham Steel incident, where a whistleblower had disappeared after threatening to expose unsafe working conditions. The official record listed him as a drowning victim, but no body was ever recovered. Marcus Webb, Batman said aloud. The father's name was Marcus Webb. Riley looked up sharply. Webb? Like the bell ringer Webb? The one who died in the cathedral fire? Batman made the connection instantly. Thomas Webb was Marcus Webb's younger brother. The child in the recordings would have been Thomas's niece. The threads of Gotham's hidden history were weaving together in unexpected ways. So the family tragedy, it connects to the cathedral bell's story? Riley seemed awed by the synchronicity. Her voice has been calling out for help for 60 years, and her cousin spent 40 years protecting others with his warning system. They were both trying to save people, just in different ways. Batman studied the electromagnetic visualization Riley had created, seeing new patterns now that he understood the connection. The signals don't just follow old electromagnetic paths. They follow family connections, emotional resonances. She's been trying to reach someone who would understand, who would care about what happened. We have to find out the whole truth, Riley said firmly. She deserves that. Her father deserves that. Over the following days, Batman and Riley worked together to piece together the full story. The electromagnetic fossils, once properly decoded, revealed a treasure trove of information. They heard the child, now identified as Dorothy Webb, describing her daily life, her fears, her love for her parents. They heard her mother's increasingly desperate attempts to find out what had happened to her husband. And they heard, in the spaces between words, the echo of an industrial conspiracy that had claimed at least one life and destroyed a family. The breakthrough came when Riley discovered that the radio itself was the key. It wasn't just receiving and somehow retransmitting Dorothy's voice. It was a custom-modified unit built by Marcus Webb himself. He had been an amateur radio operator, skilled in electronics, and had built the radio for his daughter with special features that were advanced for the time. Was teaching her about radio, Riley explained, showing Batman their analysis of the device's unique construction. Look at these modifications. He built in frequency hopping capabilities, signal boosting, even a primitive form of electromagnetic recording. He was decades ahead of his time, and his daughter used it to try to call for help when he disappeared, Batman concluded. But the signal became trapped in the electromagnetic fossil layer you discovered, broadcasting her call across decades instead of distance. The final piece of the puzzle came from an unexpected source. While investigating the Webb family history, Batman discovered that Dorothy Webb hadn't died in 1963 as they had assumed. She had survived, been taken in by relatives after her mother's death from grief, and had lived a quiet life in Gotham's suburbs. She was still alive, now in her 70s, living in a senior care facility on the east side of the city. We have to tell her, Riley said when Batman shared this discovery. She's been broadcasting her childhood trauma for 60 years. She deserves to know that someone finally heard her. The meeting was arranged carefully. Batman, in his Bruce Wayne persona, accompanied Riley to the care facility. They found Dorothy Webb, now Dorothy Vance, after marriage, in the facility's garden, tending to roses with the careful attention of someone who had learned to find peace in small things. When they explained why they had come, showing her the recordings of her own voice from 60 years ago, her reaction was profound. Tears streamed down her weathered face as she listened to her younger self describing days she had thought forgotten. "I always wondered if anyone heard me," she said softly. "After Papa disappeared, after Mama died, I used to dream that someone on the radio had heard my calls and was coming to help. I never imagined." She told them the rest of the story, how her Uncle Thomas had tried to investigate his brother's disappearance but had been stonewalled by the steel company, how the family had always suspected murder rather than accident, how she had spent years trying to forget the trauma of those October days in 1963. "Uncle Thomas was a good man," she said. "He took care of me as best he could after Mama passed, taught me about the bells, about listening for danger. I think he spent his whole life trying to make up for not being able to save his brother." Batman shared with her the story of her cousin, young Marcus Webb, and his 40-year vigil with the cathedral bells. Dorothy listened with wonder, understanding that her family's legacy of protection had continued even after tragedy. "To my voice, calling for help all those years ago, it was finally heard," she said, "and my cousin spent his life making sure others' calls for help were heard too. There's something poetic about that." Riley, who had been quietly recording electromagnetic readings throughout the conversation, suddenly spoke up. "Mrs. Vance, the signals from your childhood radio, they're changing. The pattern is different now, less urgent. It's like the message knows it's been received." Dorothy smiled, a weight visibly lifting from her shoulders. Maybe now she can rest. That little girl who was so scared, who called and no one came. Maybe knowing that someone eventually heard her is enough. In the days that followed, several things happened. The full story of Marcus Webb's death and the steel company's cover-up was investigated using evidence preserved in the electromagnetic fossils. While too much time had passed for criminal prosecution, the historical record was corrected and Marcus Webb was honored as the whistleblower he had been. The childhood home where Dorothy had lived was preserved as a historical site, with its unique electromagnetic properties studied by scientists who slowly began to accept Riley's theories about acoustic fossils. The radio, that impossible transmitter of decades-old distress calls, was donated to a museum with the full story of its remarkable properties. Riley, energized by the successful resolution of the Ghost Whispers case, began systematically searching for other electromagnetic fossils throughout Gotham. They partnered with historians and missing persons investigators, using their unique abilities to hear voices that had been thought lost forever. Their workshop became a hub for a new kind of archaeological research, the excavation of electromagnetic memories. And late at night, when Riley tuned their receivers to the frequencies where Dorothy's voice had lived for so long, they found only peaceful static. The ghost whisper had been heard, the story told, the connection finally made across 6 decades of electromagnetic persistence. The child who had called for help had been answered, even if the answer came far later than anyone could have imagined. Batman incorporated Riley's discoveries into his own investigative methods. The concept of electromagnetic fossils opened new avenues for solving cold cases, for hearing the voices of victims who had been silenced. In a city like Gotham, where tragedy and triumph left their marks in stone and steel, the ability to hear the past's whispers was invaluable. On quiet nights, when Batman patrolled the old Gotham district, he sometimes thought he could hear them, all the voices trapped in the electromagnetic amber of the city's infrastructure. Children calling for parents who never came home, workers demanding justice for industrial crimes, lovers separated by tragedy trying to reconnect across impossible distances. Each voice a story, each story a thread in the vast tapestry of Gotham's hidden history. Riley had shown him that the city remembered everything, storing memories in ways that science was only beginning to understand. The ghost whispers were real, and they had something to teach about loss, persistence, and the human need to be heard. In solving Dorothy Webb's 6-decade-old call for help, they had proven that no voice truly goes unheard forever. Sometimes it just takes the right person, with the right gifts, knowing how to listen. The vintage radio community, inspired by Riley's success, began their own investigations into electromagnetic anomalies. They formed networks, sharing discoveries, building on Riley's techniques. What had begun as one teenager's unique perception of the electromagnetic world became a movement, a new way of understanding how human experiences could imprint themselves on the very fabric of urban environments. And in a senior care facility on Gotham's East Side, Dorothy Vance slept peacefully for the first time in decades, no longer haunted by the fear that her childhood calls for help had gone unheard. Her father's fate was known, her story was told. The ghost whisper had found peace. The electromagnetic landscape of Gotham continued to pulse with its invisible auroras of transmission and reception, of signals sent and received, of messages that crossed the boundaries between past and present. And somewhere in that vast spectrum of frequencies, new voices were waiting to be discovered, new stories waiting to be told, new connections waiting to be made across the impossible distances of time and loss. Riley Chen, the synesthetic teenager who saw symphonies in static, had proven that listening, truly listening, could be its own form of heroism. In a city that often valued strength over sensitivity, they had shown that sometimes the greatest discoveries came from those who perceived the world differently, who heard music where others heard only noise. The ghost whispers would continue, of course. Gotham was too old, too full of stories, for all its electromagnetic fossils to be discovered in one lifetime. But now there were those who knew how to listen, who understood that the past never truly disappeared. It simply shifted to frequencies that required special tuning to detect. And late at night, when the city settled into its uneasy sleep and the AM band filled with static and distance, Riley would smile and adjust their receivers, ready to hear the next voice calling across time, ready to ensure that no whisper would remain ghostly forever. The electromagnetic archaeologist of Gotham had found their calling, and the city's hidden voices had found their translator. In the end, the ghost whispers had taught them all a valuable lesson, that every voice matters, that every story deserves to be heard, and that sometimes the most important connections are those that bridge impossible gaps of time and space. Dorothy Webb's childhood radio still sat in its museum case, silent now but somehow satisfied, its impossible work finally complete. And while the ghost whispers found their peace in the electromagnetic spectrum of Gotham, deep beneath the city streets, another kind of echo was preparing to sound. For in the tunnels and passages that ran like veins beneath the metropolis, where darkness was absolute and sound traveled in ways that surface dwellers could never imagine, a different sort of guardian was learning to speak through stone and steel. The language was neither words nor radio waves, but something older, more primal, the echo patterns that turned the city's underground into a vast musical instrument. Our next tale descends into those depths, where fear and isolation had transformed into protection, and where the subway song carried messages for those who knew how to interpret its underground melodies. Join us for Subway Echo Patterns. The midnight maintenance window in Gotham's subway system was a time of controlled chaos, when the arteries of the city's underground transportation network briefly paused their constant circulation. In these precious hours between the last train of the night and the first of the morning, crews of workers descended into the tunnels to perform the endless repairs and adjustments that kept the system functional. It was dangerous work, made more so by the darkness, the live rails that could kill with a touch, and the labyrinthine nature of passages that had been expanded and modified over nearly a century of operation. But lately, the maintenance crews had been reporting something that made even these everyday hazards seem mundane by comparison. Echoes that formed words. Sounds that seemed to carry messages. Warnings that came from the tunnels themselves. Spoken in a language of reverberations and acoustic shadows that no one quite understood, but everyone had learned to fear. Batman stood on the platform of the abandoned City Hall station, one of the jewels of Gotham's original subway system. Built in 1904, the station had been closed to regular service for decades, its elegant curved platform and intricate tile work deemed impractical for modern train lengths. But the station survived as a ghost of public transportation's golden age, its Guastavino tile arches still intact, its skylights still filtering wan moonlight through decades of accumulated grime. The reports from the maintenance crews had been dismissed by management as stress-induced hallucinations, the product of too many hours spent in the artificial twilight of the tunnels. But Batman had learned to pay attention when multiple witnesses reported similar phenomena, especially when those witnesses were the kind of practical, no-nonsense workers who kept Gotham running. They spoke of echoes that seemed to know their names, of sounds that warned them away from certain sections of track, of a presence in the tunnels that watched and whispered and occasionally saved lives. His cowl's acoustic sensors were already picking up anomalies in the ambient sound of the station. The normal echoes of dripping water and distant ventilation were there, but underneath ran a pattern that seemed too regular to be natural. It was as if the station itself was breathing, inhaling, and exhaling in a rhythm that spoke of conscious control rather than mechanical systems. "Maintenance Chief Martinez said you'd be here," a voice said from the shadows near the station entrance. Batman turned to see a woman in her 50s, wearing the high-visibility vest of a subway supervisor over clothes that had seen better days. Her face bore the particular weariness of someone who worked nights by choice rather than necessity. "Rosa Martinez," Batman acknowledged. "You're the one who's been documenting the echo patterns." She nodded, producing a battered notebook from her vest pocket. 23 years I've been working these tunnels. Heard plenty of strange things in that time. The subway has its own language. You learn that quick enough. But the last few years it's been different. More specific. More intentional. "Show me," Batman said simply. Rosa led him down from the platform onto the track level, their footsteps echoing in the cathedral-like space of the abandoned station. She moved with the confident gait of someone who knew exactly where to step, which rails carried current and which were dead, where the gaps in the third rail created safe passages. "Started about 5 years ago," she explained as they walked. "Little things at first. Echoes that lasted longer than they should. Sounds that seemed to bounce around corners that weren't there. Then workers started reporting their names being called when they were alone in the tunnels. Not clearly, mind you, more like the sound was being shaped out of the normal tunnel noise. They passed through a maintenance door into a narrower service tunnel. Here the elegant architecture of the public station gave way to purely functional design. Pipes and cables ran along the ceiling. The walls were rough concrete, stained with decades of seepage and mineral deposits. The air was thick with the smell of machine oil and ozone. Then came the warnings, Rosa continued. Jimmy Chen was doing track inspection near 14th Street when he heard what sounded like danger echoing down the tunnel. He backed up just before a section of ceiling collapsed right where he'd been standing. Maria Santos heard wait repeating in the echoes near Borough Hall. She paused her work just as a drunk teenager fell onto the tracks 2 stations down. If she'd been where she was supposed to be, she couldn't have pulled him up in time. Batman processed this information, already forming theories. The echo patterns are consistent? The same locations produce the same effect? That's just it, Rosa said, stopping at an intersection of tunnels. The patterns change. They adapt. It's like... She paused, searching for words. Like someone's learning the acoustic properties of the entire system and using them to communicate. She pointed down one of the branching tunnels. That leads to the old City Hall loop. Still active track. Trains use it to turn around. But there's something else down there. Something the maps don't show. They proceeded down the tunnel, Batman noting how the sound of their footsteps changed as they moved. The echoes here were different, more complex. His cowl's analysis showed acoustic patterns that shouldn't exist in a simple tunnel. Standing waves, interference patterns, resonances that suggested carefully designed spaces rather than utilitarian passages. About 3 years ago, Rosa said, her voice unconsciously dropping to match the hushed atmosphere. I was doing emergency inspection after a water main break. Ended up in parts of the system I'd never seen before, old sections, some dating back to the original construction. That's when I found him. Him? Batman prompted. Coleman, Rosa said. Don't know if that's his first or last name, just Coleman. Living down here like some kind of... I don't know what to call him. Hermit doesn't seem right. Prophet, maybe, if prophets worked with sound instead of visions. They reached another maintenance door. This one older than the others, its metal surface pitted with rust, but its lock mechanism surprisingly well maintained. Rosa produced a key that looked hand-forged rather than manufactured. Gave me this, she explained. Lottie said I was the only one who understood that the tunnels were trying to help, not hurt. Made me promise to bring him food, supplies. In exchange, he taught me how to listen properly. The door opened onto a space that defied expectation. They were deep beneath the city now, in areas that predated the modern subway system. The walls here were brick rather than concrete, laid with a craftsmanship that spoke of master masons taking pride in work that would never be seen by the public. The ceiling curved in graceful arches that created acoustic properties unlike anything in the newer tunnels. And everywhere there were maps. Not traditional maps showing geographic relationships, but acoustic maps, showing how sound moved through the underground labyrinth. They covered every available surface, drawn in various media, chalk on brick, paint on metal, intricate pencil work on papers that were carefully protected behind plastic sheeting. Some showed waveform patterns, others displayed three-dimensional representations of how echoes bounced through complex spaces. All were annotated with notes in a precise hand, documenting years of careful observation. "Coleman," Rosa called out, her voice pitched to carry without harshness. "It's Rosa. I brought someone who needs to understand." The response came not as a voice, but as a pattern of sounds. Dripping water seemed to accelerate into a rhythm. The distant rumble of ventilation systems modulated into tones. Even their own breathing seemed to be incorporated into a symphony of tunnel sounds that gradually resolved into words. Rosa and another. The night one. The one who listens to the city above, as I listen below. Batman stepped forward, following the sounds to their source. In an alcove that had probably once stored maintenance equipment, he found a space transformed into living quarters. A simple cot, stacks of books on acoustics and engineering, more maps, these showing the entire subway system, with annotations marking acoustic properties of every tunnel, every station, every junction. And at a makeshift desk, constructed from salvaged materials, a man who looked like he had been carved from the same stone as the tunnels themselves. Coleman was perhaps 60, though the underground life made accurate age assessment difficult. His hair was long but clean, his clothes a patchwork of maintenance uniforms from various decades. At 60, his eyes, when they finally looked up from his work, held the particular intensity of someone who had found their life's purpose in the most unlikely of places. "Batman," Coleman said, his voice rusty from disuse but carrying an undertone of satisfaction. "I've been expecting you. The tunnels have been singing about your investigations. They approve. You're the one creating the echo messages," Batman observed, "warning the workers, protecting them." Coleman's smile was sad and proud in equal measure. "Not creating, translating. The tunnels speak all the time. I just learned how to help them speak more clearly." He stood, moving to one of his acoustic maps with the careful precision of someone unused to sharing space with others. 20 years I've been down here. 20 years of listening, learning, understanding. The subway system is like a massive musical instrument. Every tunnel is a resonating chamber. Every junction creates interference patterns. Every train that passes adds its voice to the composition. You were an engineer, Batman deduced from the technical precision of the maps. MTA acoustic engineer, Coleman confirmed. Hired to solve noise complaints, reduce vibration problems. But I discovered something else entirely. The system wasn't just carrying sound, it was creating it. Patterns that emerged from the interaction of thousands of daily vibrations. A kind of consciousness arising from pure acoustic phenomena. He moved to what appeared to be a control station, various devices cobbled together from salvaged parts and connected by a web of cables that disappeared into conduits running along the walls. At first I just documented it, academic curiosity, but then my condition worsened. Agoraphobia, Rosa supplied gently. Started with anxiety attacks on crowded trains, progressed until he couldn't handle being on the surface at all. Coleman nodded, no shame in his expression. The open sky became unbearable, the chaotic noise of the surface world overwhelming. But down here, in the controlled acoustic environment of the tunnels, I found peace and purpose. He activated one of his devices and suddenly the chamber filled with sound. Not noise, but organized patterns of acoustic information. Batman's cowl translated some of it into visual representations, showing how sound waves moved through the tunnel system in complex, beautiful patterns. I mapped every acoustic property of every tunnel, Coleman continued. Learned how to create sounds in one location that would carry to another through resonance and reflection. Developed a language of echoes that could convey complex information. And, most importantly, I learned to listen to what the tunnels themselves were saying. "The tunnels don't speak," Batman said, though his tone suggested he was willing to be convinced otherwise. Coleman's smile widened. "Don't they? Every structure has resonant frequencies. Every space shapes sound in unique ways. And a system as vast and complex as Gotham's subway? It's like a musical instrument the size of the city itself. Play the right notes in the right places, and you can make it sing. But more than that, the constant vibrations, the millions of journeys, the century of human activity, it all leaves traces, acoustic memories, he demonstrated, adjusting controls that sent specific tones into the tunnel system. Moments later, echoes returned, but they weren't simple reflections of the original sounds. They had been shaped, modulated by their journey through the underground labyrinth, returning as something that resembled words. Track 7, Obstruction Delay Service. That's real time, Coleman explained. Debris on the track about half a mile north. The vibrations of trains passing nearby disturbed it, creating a specific acoustic signature. I'm just translating what the tunnels are already reporting. Batman was impressed, despite himself. The system Coleman had developed was remarkable, a fusion of hard science and intuitive understanding that turned the entire subway network into a diagnostic tool. How do you warn the workers? Selectively placed sounds that use the tunnel's natural acoustics, Coleman explained. A tap here, he demonstrated on a pipe, creating a sound that seemed to travel impossibly far, becomes a word there. It took years to develop the precision to understand how every surface, every angle, every material affected the sound's journey. Rosa had been quiet during this explanation, but now she spoke up. He saved dozens of lives, workers who would have been in the wrong place at the wrong time, and he asks for nothing in return except basic supplies and the ability to continue his work. It's not entirely selfless, Coleman admitted. This is my world now, keeping it safe, keeping it functional. It's self-preservation as much as altruism. But also, he paused, struggling with words unused to describing emotion. The tunnels gave me sanctuary when the surface world became unbearable. The least I can do is give back. Batman studied the acoustic maps more closely, recognizing the genius in their construction. Coleman had essentially turned the entire subway system into an extension of his sensory apparatus, feeling vibrations and interpreting sounds with a sensitivity that bordered on supernatural. But it was all based on solid science, on understanding of wave propagation and acoustic principles. Show me how it works, Batman requested. The warning system. Coleman's eyes lit up with the enthusiasm of a teacher finding an engaged student. He led them deeper into his domain, through passages that didn't appear on any official maps. These were the forgotten spaces of the subway system, abandoned station segments, sealed tunnels from failed expansion projects, maintenance areas that had been superseded by newer facilities. The subway is like an ancient city, Coleman explained as they walked. Layer upon layer of construction, each era building on the last. These old tunnels, they have different acoustic properties than the modern ones. Better in some ways, the brick absorbs certain frequencies while amplifying others, creating natural filters that help separate signal from noise. They emerged onto a platform that Batman didn't recognize from any maps. It was clearly old, perhaps from the original construction, but showed signs of recent modification. Speakers salvaged from various sources were positioned at precise points along the platform. Microphones hung from the ceiling like mechanical stalactites, and everywhere, the careful annotations of someone who had turned observation into obsession. "This is Grand Central," Coleman said, gesturing to the space. "Not the station, my Grand Central. From here I can send sounds to any part of the system. More importantly, I can listen to everything happening underground." He moved to a console that looked like it had been assembled from parts spanning a century of audio technology. Vacuum tubes glowed next to digital displays, Mechanical switches controlled computerized systems. It was a testament to both Coleman's ingenuity and the principle that in acoustics, older technologies sometimes had advantages over newer ones. "Listen," he said, adjusting controls. A space filled with the sound of the subway system, not just trains, but the entire acoustic environment. Ventilation systems breathing, water dripping through ancient leaks, the groan of metal expanding and contracting, and underneath it all, patterns that suggested meaning, that hinted at communication just below the threshold of conscious understanding. "Now watch," Coleman said. He spoke into one of his microphones, his voice barely above a whisper. "Track 12, northbound, check rails." Then he played the sounds he had recorded through his speaker system, but modified, filtered, shaped, timed to use the tunnel's natural acoustics. Batman watched on Coleman's displays as the sound propagated through the system, bouncing off surfaces, combining with ambient noise, until several seconds later, in a tunnel section marked on the maps as being near active track work, the echoes resolved into barely audible but distinguishable words. "Check, rails, 12. The workers there will hear it," Coleman said with quiet satisfaction. "They'll check, and they'll find the stress fracture that's developing. A fracture that, left unaddressed, could cause a derailment in about 6 weeks." "How do you know about the stress fracture?" Batman asked. Coleman smiled. "The trains tell me. Every train that passes over that section creates a slightly different sound than normal. The frequency shift is tiny but consistent. Metal under stress sings a different song than healthy rails." Over the next hour, Coleman demonstrated the full capabilities of his system. He showed Batman how he could track movement through the tunnels by the way footsteps created unique echo patterns, how he could identify potential structural problems by changes in ambient sound, how he could even, in some cases, understand conversations happening in distant parts of the system by the way sound waves carried through the underground network. "But it's not just about the technical aspects," Coleman said as they returned to his main living space. "The tunnels, they remember. Every sound that's ever echoed through them leaves a trace." "Not literally. I'm not saying sounds are preserved like Riley Chen's electromagnetic fossils, but the way spaces shape sound is influenced by every sound that's passed through them. Minute changes in surface texture from vibrations, microscopic alterations in material properties. The tunnels evolve, and you've evolved with them," Batman observed. Coleman nodded. 20 years of listening will do that. I hear things now that I couldn't have imagined when I started, not just the physical sounds, but the patterns underneath, the rhythm of the city's underground heartbeat, the songs that emerge from 10,000 daily commutes, the whispers of history in abandoned stations. Rosa, who had been quiet during much of the demonstration, spoke up. "He's not the only one who's learned to listen. Some of us who work the tunnels regularly, we've started to hear it too. Not as clearly as Coleman, but enough to know when something's wrong. It's saved my life more than once. Which brings us to the current problem," Coleman said, his expression growing serious. "Someone else has noticed what I'm doing. Someone who doesn't have the workers' best interests at heart." He showed Batman a series of recordings made over the past few weeks. They contained sounds that didn't match the normal acoustic environment of the tunnels, deliberate tones designed to interfere with Coleman's echo patterns, to create false warnings or mask real ones. "They're trying to map my system," Coleman explained, "to understand how I create the echoes, maybe to take control of it themselves. But they don't understand that it's not just about the technical knowledge. It's about the relationship with the tunnels themselves. You can't force them to speak. You have to listen first, learn their language, earn their trust. Any idea who? Batman asked. Someone with access to the maintenance schedules, Rosa said. The interference always happens when specific crews are working. Crews that include some newer hires that... She paused, choosing her words carefully. That ask the wrong kinds of questions. Not about safety or procedures, but about the ghost in the tunnels. About how the echo warnings work. Batman was already forming a profile. Someone interested in Coleman's acoustic mastery, but not for benevolent purposes. The subway system would be a powerful tool for someone wanting to move through the city undetected, to spy on conversations, to create chaos by sending false warnings. I'll investigate, Batman said. In the meantime, can you modify your patterns, make them harder to replicate? Coleman nodded thoughtfully. I've been thinking about that, adding complexity that only someone who truly understands the tunnels could reproduce. Not just the acoustics, but the history, the personality of each section. He smiled sadly. It means teaching others, though. Rosa, a few other trusted workers. My time down here, it's not infinite. The isolation, the diet, the air quality, they all take their toll. You could come to the surface, Rosa suggested gently, clearly not for the first time. There are treatments for agoraphobia now, therapies that could help. Coleman shook his head. This is my world now. I made my choice 20 years ago and I don't regret it. But I do want the work to continue. The tunnels need their voice, and the workers need their guardian. Batman understood. Coleman had found purpose in his isolation, had turned a mental health condition into a unique form of service. Forcing him to change would be cruel and likely futile, but ensuring his legacy continued was both practical and compassionate. I'll help set up a system, Batman offered. Secure communications between you and trusted workers. Ways to pass on your knowledge without compromising your privacy or security. And the interference, Coleman asked, will be dealt with, Batman assured him. The investigation that followed was a study in patience and acoustic detective work. Batman spent several nights in the tunnels using Coleman's techniques, combined with his own technology to track the source of the interference. The pattern that emerged was disturbing. Someone was indeed trying to reverse engineer Coleman's echo language, but not for benign purposes. Betrayal led to a small group of criminals who had been using the abandoned sections of the subway for smuggling operations. They had heard rumors of the ghost, who could hear everything in the tunnels, and saw both threat and opportunity. If they could control the echo patterns, they could create false emergencies to clear sections of tunnel for their operations, or spy on law enforcement communications that sometimes leaked into the underground acoustic environment. Batman's intervention was swift and decisive. The criminal operation was disbanded, their equipment confiscated, and most importantly, their knowledge of Coleman's system was contained. But the incident highlighted the vulnerability of what Coleman had created, a powerful tool that could be misused if it fell into the wrong hands. In response, Batman worked with Coleman to create safeguards. The echo patterns were made more complex, incorporating elements that only someone with deep knowledge of the tunnel system's history could reproduce. Rosa and select other workers were taught not the technical details of the system, but how to recognize authentic warnings from false ones. More importantly, a support network was established. Workers who understood Coleman's value began leaving supplies at predetermined locations. Medical equipment was discreetly provided. Communication systems were installed, that allowed Coleman to reach the surface world in emergencies without having to leave his underground domain. The night Batman completed these arrangements, he found Coleman in what the engineer called his concert hall, a junction of tunnels where the acoustics created particularly beautiful effects. The space was filled with the sound of the subway system, but shaped by Coleman's careful modifications into something that resembled music. "Thank you," Coleman said simply, "for understanding, for not trying to fix me, for seeing the value in what the tunnels and I have built together." "Thank you," Batman replied, "for showing me another way to protect the city. Your methods are unique, but your dedication is familiar. Gotham needs guardians in all its spaces, above ground and below." Coleman smiled, a humming expression that transformed his weathered features. "The tunnels approve of you, you know. They sing differently when you're here, a lower frequency, more harmonious. They recognize a kindred spirit, someone else who chose darkness as their domain but uses it to bring light." As Batman prepared to leave, to return to the surface world and his own form of guardianship, Coleman called out one last time. "Listen for the echoes," he said. "Not just down here, but everywhere. The city is always speaking. Most people just forget how to hear it." Batman emerged from the subway system as dawn was breaking over Gotham. The first trains of the morning were beginning their runs, carrying early commuters to their destinations. Few of them would ever know about Coleman Park, the acoustic guardian who lived beneath their feet, listening to the tunnels and ensuring their safety. But they would benefit from his vigilance nonetheless. Every warning echo that prevented an accident, every acoustic anomaly that revealed a structural problem before it became critical, every life saved by a whispered word bouncing through the underground passages, all of it was Coleman's gift to a city that had given him sanctuary when he needed it most. In the days that followed, Batman would sometimes tune his cowl's sensors to the frequencies Coleman had shown him, listening to the subway's acoustic signatures, and invariably he would hear it, the pattern underneath the noise, the communication system that Coleman had discovered and refined. The tunnels did speak for those who knew how to listen. Rosa Martinez continued her night shifts, but now with a deeper understanding of the underground world she moved through. She carried Coleman's teachings with her, passing them on to trusted colleagues, ensuring that the echo patterns would continue to protect workers long after their creator was gone. And deep beneath the city, in spaces forgotten by maps and memory, Coleman Park continued his vigil. His acoustic maps grew ever more detailed. His understanding of the tunnel's language deepened. His warnings saved lives that would never know his name. He had found purpose in isolation, meaning in the echoes, and a form of human connection that transcended physical presence. The subway system sang its endless song of movement and stillness, of danger and safety, of a city's hidden life pulsing through tunnels and tracks. And for those who knew how to listen, that song carried messages of protection, whispers of warning, and the quiet dedication of one man who had turned his limitation into a gift. In a city that often valued the dramatic gesture over quiet service, Coleman Park had found a different way to be a hero, not through strength or intimidation, but through listening, understanding, and using the city's own voice to protect those who traveled through its depths. The echo patterns would continue, carrying their subtle warnings through the darkness, a reminder that guardianship took many forms and that sometimes the most powerful protection came from the most unexpected sources. The tunnels remembered, Coleman had said, and in their memory, shaped into echoes and whispers and warnings, they carried forward a legacy of care that asked for no recognition, no reward beyond the knowledge that someone, somewhere in the darkness, was listening and watching and keeping the underground ways safe. And while the subway tunnels hummed with their protective echoes, above ground, as evening fog rolled in from Gotham Harbor, another kind of sound was preparing to cut through the mist. For at the city's edge, where water met land and ships passed like shadows in the night, ancient foghorns were finding new purpose. Their deep voices, once simple warnings of weather and obstruction, were learning to carry more complex messages. In the hands of those who understood their power, these maritime signals would become another layer in Gotham's hidden network of protection. Our final tale tonight drifts across the water, where the harbor ghosts keep their patient watch, turning foghorns into a symphony of surveillance. Join us for Harbor Foghorn. The fog rolled in from Gotham Harbor like a living thing, thick and grey and carrying with it the mingled scents of salt water and diesel fuel, of rusting metal and the eternal decay of things touched by the sea. It moved through the maze of docks and piers, with the patience of something that had been making this journey since long before the first ships dropped anchor in these waters. And as it came, the foghorns began their ancient conversation, deep, mournful notes that seemed to emerge from the very bones of the earth, warning ships of hazards hidden in the mist. But tonight, as Batman stood on the roof of a warehouse overlooking the harbor district, he heard something different in those foghorn calls. Where most would perceive only random blasts of sound designed to prevent collisions, his trained ear detected patterns, rhythms that spoke of intention rather than automation. Messages hidden in the duration of blasts, the intervals between them, the subtle variations in pitch that shouldn't exist in mechanically controlled horn. The maritime workers had been noticing it for months, according to the reports that had reached him through various channels. Dock workers pausing in their labor to listen more carefully to the fog signals. Harbor pilots adjusting their routes based on horn patterns that weren't in any manual, and most tellingly, a marked decrease in smuggling activities in sectors where the foghorns seemed most active, as if someone was using the maritime warning system to alert authorities to suspicious cargo movements. The harbor stretched before him, a forest of cranes and loading equipment disappearing into the fog. Lights from the ships created halos in the mist, giving the entire scene an otherworldly quality. Somewhere out there, massive cargo vessels waited their turn to dock, guided by tugboats whose captains had learned to navigate these waters by sound as much as sight. And underlying it all, the foghorns continued their modified song. Batman activated his cowl's acoustic analysis, isolating the foghorn patterns from the ambient noise of the harbor. The main harbor control tower had 4 primary horns, each supposedly automated to sound at specific intervals when visibility dropped below safe levels. But what he was hearing suggested manual override, subtle modifications to timing and tone that created a complex language from simple warnings. A particularly intricate pattern caught his attention. 3 long blasts from the eastern horn, followed by 2 short ones from the north, then a sustained note from the western position that wavered slightly in pitch. To casual listeners, it would sound like standard fog warnings, but the precise timing, the specific combination, the slight tonal variations, they all suggested deliberate communication. Movement below caught his eye. An elderly man emerged from the fog, moving along the dock with the careful but confident gait of someone who had spent a lifetime navigating wet, uneven surfaces. He wore an old peacoat and watch cap, the uniform of maritime workers everywhere, but something in his bearing suggested authority despite his apparent age, The man paused near a maintenance ladder that led up to one of the smaller foghorn positions, tilting his head as if listening to something beyond the normal harbor sounds. Then, with surprising agility for someone who appeared to be in his 70s, he began to climb. Batman was already moving, using the fog as cover to approach the Horn Tower. The structure was one of dozens scattered throughout the harbor, each housing automated fog signals that were supposed to operate without human intervention. But as he drew closer, he could see signs of modification, additional wiring that didn't match the original installation, antenna arrays that suggested communication equipment, and most tellingly, fresh scratches on the access hatch indicating regular use. He reached the tower just as the elderly man was entering through the hatch. Following silently, Batman found himself in a small control room that had been transformed from its original purpose. The standard automated controls were still there, but they had been supplemented with additional equipment, manual overrides, communication devices, and most surprisingly, a detailed chart of the harbor marked with notations in multiple hands. The elderly man didn't seem surprised by Batman's presence. He continued his work, adjusting controls that sent a new pattern of foghorn blasts into the night, before finally turning to face his visitor. "Was wondering when you'd show up," he said, his voice carrying the gravel of age and salt air. "The harbor's been talking about you. Strange vibrations in the water when you're around, they say. Like the bay itself knows the Batman is near. You're controlling the foghorns," Batman observed, "using them to communicate." The man smiled, an expression that created a map of wrinkles earned through decades of squinting into ocean spray. Captain Elsa Dumont, retired. Though retirement's a flexible concept when the sea's in your blood. And yes, I'm controlling them. We all are. "We," Batman prompted. "The harbor ghosts," Dumont said with a mixture of pride and self-deprecation. "That's what the younger workers call us. Old salts who can't quite let go, who spent so many years on these waters that we became part of them. When the shipping companies decided we were too old, too slow, too expensive, they pushed us out. But the harbor still needed us." He gestured to the modified equipment. "Started 5 years ago. I was walking the docks one night. Couldn't sleep when you've spent 50 years with the ocean's rhythm. A quiet bedroom feels like a tomb. Saw containers being moved that weren't on any manifest I could access. Suspicious boats making deliveries in fog that wasn't thick enough to hide them from anyone who knew how to look. So you decided to do something about it," Batman said. "What else could I do?" Dumont asked. "Call the authorities? With what proof? Report suspicious activity when I wasn't supposed to be here in the first place? No, I needed another way, and that's when I remembered the foghorns." He moved to the chart on the wall, pointing to various positions around the harbor. "Every horn has its own voice, you see. Different manufacturers, different ages, different acoustic properties based on their position. A trained ear can tell them apart, and if you can tell them apart, you can use them to send messages." "How many of you are there?" Batman asked, studying the chart and recognizing the strategic positioning of the marked locations. 12 regulars, Dumont replied, all former harbor workers, pilots, longshoremen, crane operators, people who gave their lives to these waters and couldn't stand to see them used for smuggling. We each have our sections, our specialties. Jimmy Kim knows every container ship schedule going back decades. He can spot a fraudulent manifest from a mile away. Maria Santos worked harbor patrol for 30 years. She recognizes every legitimate boat that operates in these waters. And you coordinate through the foghorns, Batman concluded. Dumont nodded. Took us 2 years to develop the language. Simple at first, just basic warnings about suspicious activity. But as more ghosts joined, we refined it. Now we can communicate ship positions, cargo types, even descriptions of suspicious personnel, all hidden in what sounds like normal fog warnings. He demonstrated, sending a pattern of horn blasts into the night. That tells the others that an unscheduled vessel is approaching from the southeast, likely a speedboat based on the engine signature, heading for Pier 47. Within minutes, our people will have eyes on it. If it's legitimate, no harm done. If not, the authorities receive an anonymous tip. Batman finished. Exactly. Though we've had to be careful about that too. Too many tips from the same source, even anonymous, draws attention. So we vary our methods. Sometimes it's a call, sometimes we arrange for a patrol boat to just happen to be in the right place. Sometimes we use the foghorns to warn legitimate workers away from dangerous situations, letting them discover the crimes themselves. Batman was impressed by the sophistication of the operation. These weren't vigilantes in the traditional sense. They were citizens using their expertise and the tools at hand to protect waters they still considered their responsibility. But something in Dumas' expression suggested current concerns beyond their normal operations. Something's changed, Batman observed. That's why the maritime workers are noticing the patterns more. You've had to increase your activities. Dumas' weathered face darkened. Someone's hunting us. Started 3 weeks ago. Tom Brennan was found beaten near his watchpost. They made it look like a mugging, but Tom's tough. Spent 40 years wrestling cargo nets. Whoever did it was professional. Then Angela Rodriguez had her home broken into. Nothing stolen but her harbor charts and logs destroyed. Someone knows about us and wants us stopped. Any idea who? Batman asked. Could be any of the smuggling operations we've disrupted, Dumas said. But this feels different. More personal. Like someone's not just trying to stop our interference, they're trying to punish us for it. And they know enough about our operations to target specific ghosts. He moved to the window, looking out at the fog-shrouded harbor. We're not young anymore. Most of us are in our 70s, some older. We can't fight back physically. Our strength is in our knowledge, our patience, our ability to hide in plain sight. But if someone's actively hunting us, show me your network, Batman said. I need to understand how you operate, who's involved, what vulnerabilities exist. Dumas hesitated, clearly torn between the need for help and the instinct to protect his fellow ghosts. Then he reached a decision, pulling out a worn notebook from his coat pocket. This is us, he said, opening to pages covered in careful notations. The harbor ghosts. Each entry represents decades of experience, lifetimes spent on these waters. Batman studied the information, memorizing names, positions, specialities. He saw a pattern in the recent attacks. The targeted ghosts were those responsible for monitoring specific sectors where smuggling had been most disrupted. Someone was systematically trying to create blind spots in the harbor ghost surveillance network. We need to get you all to safety, Batman said. Dumas' laugh was like a foghorn itself, deep and resonant. Safety. You want to take a dozen old sailors away from the sea, might as well ask us to stop breathing. No, we won't abandon our posts. But we could use protection, and maybe a way to fight back that doesn't require young muscles. There's someone else, a new voice said from the hatchway. A young man, perhaps mid-20s, climbed into the control room. He wore dock worker clothes, but moved with the nervous energy of someone new to the life. Seeing Batman, he froze momentarily before Dumas' gesture reassured him. This is Tommy Chin, Dumont introduced. He's not a ghost, too young for that, but he's been helping us, acting as our legs when we need someone who can move quickly. Tommy nodded respectfully to Batman before addressing Dumont. Captain Rodriguez sent me. She's spotted something at Pier 19, containers being loaded that match the description from last week's warning. But there's more. She recognized one of the supervisors. It's Marcus Webb, used to work harbor security, until he was fired for taking bribes. Webb. Dumont's expression hardened. He knows our procedures, knows how we think. If he's involved, could be the one hunting you, Batman concluded, using his knowledge of harbor operations to identify and target the ghosts. There's a crew moving in on Captain Rodriguez's position, Tommy added urgently. She doesn't know they're coming. I tried to warn her, but she's not answering her radio. Without hesitation, Batman was moving. Send the foghorn warning. Whatever pattern tells her to evacuate immediately. Dumont was already at the controls, his gnarled fingers moving with practiced precision. A complex pattern of horn blasts split the night, urgent, demanding, impossible to misinterpret for anyone who knew the language. Tommy, gather the others, Batman instructed. Use the emergency protocols. I'll handle Rodriguez's situation. He disappeared into the fog before either man could respond, moving through the harbor with purpose. The mist that hindered normal vision became his ally, allowing him to approach Pier 19 without detection. His cowl's enhanced sensors cut through the obscuration, revealing the scene ahead. 3 containers sat on the dock, their markings indicating agricultural equipment, but their placement and handling suggesting something far different. Armed men moved among them, their professional bearing indicating military or paramilitary training, and near a stack of smaller crates, an elderly woman with silver hair braided in a practical style was photographing documents. Unaware of the danger approaching from behind, Batman struck without warning, using the fog and shadows to disorient the armed men. They were professional but unprepared for an opponent who turned their environmental disadvantage into his strength. Within moments, 3 were unconscious, their weapons secured, but more were coming, drawn by the commotion. Captain Rodriguez, Batman called quietly, appearing beside the elderly woman. You need to leave, now. Angela Rodriguez showed no surprise at his sudden appearance, the mark of someone who had spent a lifetime dealing with the unexpected. Not without evidence, she said firmly, continuing to photograph shipping manifests. These prove the connection between Webb's operation and the Triad smuggling ring. The ghosts need this information. Batman could hear more men approaching, could see their heat signatures through the fog. The evidence won't help if you're not alive to share it. Then we'd better be quick, Rodriguez said with a wry smile, snapping the last photos before allowing Batman to guide her away from the scene. They moved through the maze of containers and equipment, using Rodriguez's lifetime knowledge of the port layout combined with Batman's tactical expertise. Behind them, shouts indicated their escape had been discovered, but in the fog, with the harbor itself as their ally, pursuit was difficult. Herbert continued. There, Rodriguez pointed to a maintenance boat tied at a small dock. That'll get us to the Ghost's safe house. As they boarded the small vessel, Rodriguez handling the controls with practiced ease despite her age, she looked back at Batman. The others told me you might come. Said Gotham's protector sometimes appears when ordinary people try to do extraordinary things. Ian quite believed them until now. What you've built here is impressive, Batman said as the boat disappeared into the fog. But it's also made you targets. Webb knows your procedures. your personnel. He'll keep coming. Then we'll adapt, Rodriguez said firmly. That's what harbor folk do. Weather changes, tides shift, storms come and go. We adapt and endure. But having the Batman on our side, that changes the odds a bit. They reached a structure that appeared to be an abandoned lighthouse on a small outcrop of rocks, but as they approached, Batman could see signs of habitation, carefully concealed solar panels, communication equipment, and most tellingly, a modern foghorn installation that had been integrated with the old lighthouse architecture. Light there, or headquarters, Rodriguez explained as they docked. The city decommissioned this lighthouse 40 years ago, but the structure's still sound. Dumas organized its renovation using skills we'd accumulated over lifetimes on the water. Inside, the lighthouse had been transformed into a nerve center for the harbor ghost's operations. The main room contained communication equipment, charts covering every inch of the harbor, and monitoring devices that tracked ship movements. Several elderly people were already gathered, their faces showing the concern of those who had lived through enough to recognize real danger. Everyone accounted for? Dumas asked as they entered. He had arrived before them, the harbor's geography allowing multiple routes to the lighthouse. I'll accept Patterson, one of the ghosts reported. He's maintaining radio silence at Sector 7, but his last horn signal indicated he was secure. Batman studied the assembled group, seeing in their weathered faces decades of accumulated knowledge and experience. These weren't just elderly maritime workers, they were living archives of the harbor's history, human sensors who could detect anomalies that no electronic system would catch. Webb is escalating, Batman told them. The operation at Pier 19 was bait, designed to draw out whoever's been interfering with his smuggling. He's not just trying to stop you, he's trying to eliminate you. We know the risks, an elderly man with a longshoreman's build said. Been facing dangers on these waters since before you were born. The question is, what do we do about it? We turn your defensive network into an offensive one, Batman said. Webb expects you to hide, to pull back. Instead, we're going to use your knowledge and communication system to trap him. He outlined a plan that played to the harbor ghost's strengths. They would use the foghorn network to create false intelligence, suggesting a major smuggling opportunity in a sector where Batman and the authorities could prepare an ambush. The ghosts would maintain their watch, but from more secure positions, using Tommy and other younger allies as mobile elements. And the foghorn language? Dumont asked. Webb might have figured out some of our patterns by now. Then we evolve it, Batman said. Add complexity that only true harbor veterans would understand. References to historical events, old sailors' codes, things Webb wouldn't know despite his security background. Maria Santos, who had remained quiet until now, spoke up. There's something else. Webb's not working alone. Someone's funding him, providing the muscle. The triad connection Rodriguez discovered is just part of it. We've been tracking unusual shipping patterns from Eastern Europe, high-tech equipment hidden in agricultural shipments. Batman processed this information, recognizing the implications. The harbor ghosts hadn't just stumbled onto a smuggling ring. They had discovered part of a larger network, using Gotham's port for trafficking advanced technology. Their interference had threatened operations worth millions, explaining the violent response. All the more reason to act quickly, Batman said, before they realize how much you know. The next hours were spent in preparation. The harbor ghosts might have been elderly, but they worked with the efficiency of people who had learned that wasted motion on a ship could be fatal. Communication protocols were updated, safe houses were designated. The foghorn language was evolved with input from each ghost, adding layers of meaning that drew on decades of maritime tradition. Tommy Chen and a small group of younger dock workers who had been secretly helping the ghosts were briefed on their roles. They would be the visible elements, drawing Webb's attention while the ghosts coordinated from secure positions. As dawn approached, bringing with it the promise of fog lifting and harbor traffic increasing, the trap was set. A carefully crafted series of foghorn signals spread the false intelligence a shipment of particular value arriving at an isolated pier, security compromised, a perfect opportunity for theft. Batman positioned himself at the designated location, while harbor police units stood ready just outside the immediate area. The harbor ghosts maintained their watch from their secure positions, ready to coordinate the operation through their foghorn network. The wait wasn't long. As the morning fog began to thin, boats appeared from multiple directions, converging on the pier. Webb had taken the bait, bringing not just his own crew, but representatives from the organizations he served. It was a larger response than anticipated, suggesting the false intelligence had been even more tempting than planned. What followed was a carefully orchestrated action. As Webb's forces moved into position, the foghorns began their symphony, but this wasn't just communication. The ghosts had positioned themselves to use the horn's acoustic properties to create disorientation. The sounds bounced off the water and structures, creating an acoustic maze that confused the smugglers while guiding legitimate forces. Batman struck from the shadows, using the acoustic chaos to his advantage. Harbor police moved in from their positions, guided by foghorn patterns that told them exactly where to go. The smugglers, expecting an easy score, found themselves trapped between the water and coordinated law enforcement. Webb himself tried to escape in a speedboat, his knowledge of the harbor serving him even in defeat. But he hadn't counted on the harbor ghost's final trick. A pattern of foghorn blasts so complex that only someone who had lived through specific historical events would understand, directed Batman to an intercept point. The confrontation was brief. Webb, for all his security training, was no match for Batman on the water. As he was taken into custody, his expression showed not just defeat, but bewilderment. "The old fools," he muttered. "How did they—" "You forgot something," Captain Rodriguez told him as harbor police led him away. She had emerged from her hidden position to witness the arrest. "The harbor remembers everything. Every tide, every storm, every ship that's passed through these waters, and we remember with it. You thought we were just elderly workers holding on to the past, but we're the harbor's memory, and memory has power." With Webb's arrest and the smuggling network disrupted, the immediate threat to the harbor ghosts was ended. But their work would continue. Batman met with them one last time at the lighthouse as the morning sun burned away the last of the fog. "What you've built here needs to be preserved," he told them. "Your knowledge, your methods, your dedication to these waters." "We've been thinking about that," Dumas said. "Training younger workers, not to replace us, but to learn from us. Tommy and the others, they've shown they understand what we're trying to do. The harbor ghosts will continue even after we old salts have sailed our last voyage." Batman nodded, understanding the importance of legacy. "The city owes you a debt. You've protected these waters without recognition, without reward." "The harbor is our reward," Santos said simply. "Being able to serve it even in retirement, to use what we know to keep it safe. That's all we wanted." As Batman prepared to leave, Dumont called out one last time, "The foghorns will keep singing, you know." Their language might evolve, the voices might change, but the song continues. The harbor protects those who protect it. Batman disappeared into the morning light, but the harbor ghosts' network remained. In the days that followed, changes were implemented. Official channels were established for the ghosts to share intelligence without exposing themselves. Younger workers were formally brought into the network, learning not just the foghorn language, but the deeper knowledge of reading the harbor's moods and movement. The foghorns continued their ancient duty, warning ships of danger, but for those who knew how to listen, they carried additional messages. Patterns that spoke of suspicious cargo, rhythms that warned of dangerous conditions, songs that celebrated the safe arrival of legitimate vessels and mourned those lost to the sea. Captain Elsa Dumont maintained his watch from various positions around the harbor, his aged hands steady on foghorn controls that had become extensions of his will. Around him, the other harbor ghosts continued their vigilance, using lifetimes of accumulated wisdom to protect waters that had defined their existence. Tommy Chen and the younger generation learned eagerly, understanding that they were inheriting not just techniques, but a philosophy. The harbor was more than a place of commerce. It was a living entity that required protection and respect. The foghorns were more than warning devices. They were voices that could speak truth to those who knew their language. On foggy nights, when the horns sang their loudest, the harbor ghosts would gather at the lighthouse. They would share stories of the old days, teach the subtle differences between horn voices, and plan their continuing protection of Gotham's waters. They were no longer alone in their mission, no longer hidden. They had become part of the city's recognized network of protectors, their unique methods valued and preserved. And in the foghorn symphonies that echoed across the water, multiple meanings intertwined. Warnings of danger for approaching ships, messages of coordination for those protecting the harbor, and underneath it all, a deeper song, the voice of the harbor itself, speaking through those who had given their lives to understanding its language. The harbor ghosts had proven that heroism had no age limit, that dedication could transform limitation into strength, and that sometimes the most effective protection came from those whose society had written off as past their usefulness. In their foghorn network, they had created something unique, a communication system that was both practical tool and poetic expression, turning maritime tradition into modern guardian methodology. As weeks turned to months, the harbor's safety improved measurably. Smuggling attempts decreased, knowing that elderly eyes watched from hidden positions and that foghorns would sing warnings of their activities. Legitimate shipping increased as word spread that Gotham's waters were protected by an unusual but effective network. The harbor ghosts aged, as all humans do, but their legacy was secured. Each retiring ghost trained multiple replacements, passing on not just technical knowledge, but the deeper understanding of the harbor's personality. The foghorn language evolved, incorporating new patterns while maintaining respect for its origins. And on certain nights, when the fog rolled in thick and the horns began their chorus, those who knew the history could hear additional harmonies. The voices of ghosts past and present merged in the bronze throats of the foghorns, continuing their eternal watch. The harbor remembered them all, every sailor, every worker, every protector who had given years to these waters. Batman would sometimes return to check on the network, finding it stronger with each visit. The harbor ghosts had become an institution, informal but recognized, a testament to the power of ordinary citizens choosing to protect what they loved. Their methods had inspired similar networks in other parts of the city. Groups of experts, using their specialized knowledge to guard against threats that conventional authorities might miss. But it always came back to the foghorns, those massive instruments designed for the simple purpose of preventing ships from running aground had become so much more. In the hands of the harbor ghosts, they were transformed into tools of protection, communication, and community. Their songs carried across the water, through the fog into the heart of the city itself. The last image was always the same: elderly figures at their posts, hands on controls, eyes watching the water, ears tuned to frequencies both mechanical and mystical. The harbor ghosts at their eternal watch, turning age into wisdom, limitation into strength, and foghorns into the voice of protection itself. The harbor sang its safety. The ghosts maintained their vigil, and Gotham's waters remained protected by those who understood that true guardianship came not from youth or strength, but from knowledge, dedication, and the willingness to serve long after others would have retreated to easier shores. In the end, the foghorns were more than signals. They were promises, kept by those who refused to abandon their posts, who found purpose in protection, who proved that heroes could emerge from the most unexpected places. The harbor ghosts had earned their name, becoming part of the maritime legend they had spent their lives serving, and the foghorns sang on, their bronze voices carrying messages of warning and protection across the waters, an eternal reminder that someone was always watching, always listening, always ready to sound the alarm when danger threatened those who made their living from the sea. And so our tale of Gotham comes to an end. Let the gentle night embrace you as you drift toward peaceful dreams, knowing that somewhere in the darkness, the Dark Knight watches over his city. If you're not asleep yet, we will now play the ambience of Gotham City at night to help you fall asleep. And if you were just listening to our tales, we will see you next time. Good night and sleep well.